All right. There's a side quest here. Oh dear, just what am I going to do?
Excuse me?
Is there something troubling you, Yip Yip?
Hello?
As a matter of fact, there is, Your Majesty. Something is weighing very heavily on my mind indeed. You see, my daughter is about to be married. That's wonderful. Congratulations. Thank you. Yes. It is sure to be a very special day for our family, and for our beloved daughter in particular, of course. The only problem is the dress. You see, I have not been able to acquire the wool I require to make it. Oh. Oh, is there something special about this wool? Indeed there is. It is known as pure wool, and it has long been a tradition in Galpo for wedding dresses to be woven from it. Unfortunately, the area where it is produced has become infested with monsters. Oh dears, well, don't worry, I can go and get it for you. It would be an honor to be able to contribute to your daughter's big day.
Thank you.
Really, Your Majesty? Oh, thank you. You truly are a wonderful young man. I shall wait here for your return. Good luck. Let's see if I have any, by any chance.
Hello?
Nope. What? Yeah, but what is the area? Oh, I see now. No, wait. No. This is weird.
Hello?
Yeah, so it seems that I can only make it. Well, anyways. Let's go do the story stuff first. I can't teleport there. What is in this cavern then? Ooh, whole milk. What level is that monster? Should I go check? $54. Let's give it a try.
Watch your backs.
Oh snap.
I need your help.
I mean, he is kind of squishy though.
Roland! I'm counting on you. I need your help. Say your
Nice, he got poisoned. Whoa. That was a lucky dodge.
I'm counting on you. No.
Whoa, indeed. Anyway, I got this.
That was close. I think I'm hurt. Tanny! Why? That was a close one. No.
Oh, come on.
That was close. I'm counting on you.
Nice.
Hey, grab this.
Steel Pounder. Ooh, nice. Wait, 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 wait. You got me. And a surprise attack? Okay.
Here goes nothing.
Whatever that means.
I need your help.
Okay, I got these. Oh, the respawned already.
I'll do my best.
Nice. I like that more than the other one.
Careful, everyone.
It is more costly. Oh, there's still someone alive? Come with me.
Come on. Here we go.
These upgrades though, got a bunch of new drops, but I'm not sure if they are upgrades. Oh, still someone alive.
Leave this to me. Here we go.
Ah, wow. There were some brutal attacks. Uh.
Hey,
I know, but didn't I see some? Oh, okay, never mind. I was trying to go get that shining item.
Leave this to me.
Oh, I didn't heal. What am I doing?
Careful, everyone. Say your prayers. Come on! Here we go!
Am I going the right way? I don't think I am. I think I'm
You ready
going
for this?
away from where I'm supposed to. Ooh.
I need your help.
Yeah, I think I'm going the wrong way. So if we put the mark of kings just here,
Tidy!
tidy. King's Way, here we come.
Wow.
So this is Ding Dong Dell, huh? It's like something out of a picture book. It feels different from when I was last here.
Well,
The town appears peaceful. And yet, one cannot help but notice a distinct lack of grimalkin. They've all jumped ship and set sail for safer shores. I shouldn't wonder.
no.
Unlikely. Monsinger has had the citizenry under close scrutiny ever since the coup. If they didn't get away fast, they didn't get away at all. I heard they've all been moved to some kind of underground slum somewhere. Although, I don't know much more than that.
Blimey.
That sounds miserable.
All right.
Well, If there are no Grimalkin left to speak with, we shall have to see what kind of mice and rats. What the mice and rats have to tell us. Only if you and Roland will agree not to remove your hoods. You are both too well known here for comfort. Okay. It's not exactly the world's best disguise, but I guess it'll have to do for now. Hey, less of your complaining. It was the best we could rustle up at short notice.
Huh?
What's that you say? Life under King Mousinger? Well, I don't know what it's like for humans or Grimalkin, but for mouse like me, things are completely different nowadays. I mean, when I was younger, we were picked on all the time. My mother told me I should never trust a Grimalkin, or even become friends with one. I think that's what all mouse mothers told their children back then. Still, I don't hold a grudge against King Leonard or anything. Leonhard. That's all in the past now. It's time to move on. Hey, that's the old dungeon from the first game. Can go there. Okay. Oh my god. Please. I didn't even move closer.
Yeah.
It's Mousinger's policies are putting Mousekind first, and at last they've given us all a real boost. I suspect the Grimalkin aren't too happy about it all, but still, they've had their time in the sun, and we've all suffered enough. I think it's only fair that the tables are turned. It's amazing to think how different things might be now if King Leonhard hadn't fallen ill and passed away when he did. Okay.
Yeah.
Life here in Ding Dong Dell has changed beyond recognition since King Mousinger took over. I mean, King Leonhard always said that he was committed to equality, but I never really trusted him. You wouldn't either if you'd seen the way the Grimalkin used to treat us mice. And we're finally getting what we deserve, and it's all King Mousinger's doing. He's our hero.
If I may be so bold.
Hey Arma, good luck with your raid. It certainly seems that Mousinger's rule is no unwelcome thing for the majority of mousekind. And why would it be? They finally getting preferential treatment after all these years. So, let me see if I got this straight. It used to be the mice and rats who were discriminated against, and now the tables have turned and the Grimalkin are on the receiving end? It seems so, yes. Tit for tat, huh? Folks ain't never so different as they're the same. I never knew that things were so hard for mousekind. I knew nothing about my people, nothing at all, and to think I called myself their king. Oh, Evan. I'd like to hear what the Grimalkin have to say for themselves, but there aren't exactly many around to ask. Well now, look at this gang of idlers. If you're not busy, you can give me a hand. Come here, will you? What exactly is it you need our help with? Oh, so you were listening, were you? That must mean you're keen to help. How lovely of you. Oh, well, don't be shy now. Here you go. What's this? Why, it's one of my famous sardine sandwiches, of course. I need to deliver it to Grimalkin, called Shadow. There was, well, an incident, shall we say. He's probably hiding somewhere, poor lad, but he won't have gone far. He's a cat fellow, black, with a long tail. You can't miss it. He's always waggling it about the place. He's paid already, so you just need to give him the package. Flipmon, what are we, errand boys?
Yeah.
Whatever you are, deliver the goods and come back here, and I'll see that you're rewarded. How does that sound? Something tells me we don't have much choice. Alright, we'll go and find Shadow for you. Ain't too many catfolk about, huh? We'll soon spot him, I'm sure. There's a sparkling item behind her. How's the raid going, if you can hear me? Ooh, another teleport item. I wasn't even going closer. All I did was turn around. Well, that's certainly a long black tail Excuse me, you wouldn't happen to be Shadow by any chance, would you? I wasn't doing anything, I promise. Have mercy on an honest Grimalkin.
Howdy do.
No need to panic, pal. We're just the sardine sandwich delivery boys, ain't it?
Whoa!
A sandwich? For me?
Yes.
Yes, Crumbles asked us to give it to you.
Oh.
Well, I thought those awful soldiers had caught up with me.
Thanks.
Thanks ever so much. I wanted to ask you something. How are things for Grimalkin in Ding Dong Dell these days? Visitors from abroad, huh? We don't see many of you lot lately. What with the borders being closed down and everything. Things have been more than a little rough for we cat folk ever since Monsinger took over. Why, I was only out buying a sardine sandwich and those soldiers started looking at me askance. I had no choice but to run, really. So you came and hid here without even taking what you brought with you?
Yep.
Of course I did. We've been chased out of our homes, driven into slums. They've even posted soldiers at the sewers entrance to watch our comings and goings. We only risk coming out for food, but it's not worth getting nobbled for.
Golly.
So that's why there are no Grimalkin in the town anymore.
Oh.
What I really wanted was some nice fresh fish, but one of these sandwiches is the next best thing, I suppose. Anyway, I can't stand around here talking to you. Those soldiers could be along any minute.
Goodbye.
Nice to meet you. Perhaps I'll see you some other time. Goodbye.
Crikey.
Suppose we better get back and see old Crumbles, huh?
Welcome.
Welcome back, my lovelies. Well, did you carry out my little errand?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we found Shadow and gave him his sandwich. Oh, wasn't it just lovely of you? I was so sorry to impose upon you like that. Now, I said I'd give you a little reward, didn't I? Well, here you go.
What?
You're kidding, ain't you? We just delivered one of these. You won't be complaining once you've had a bite, my dear. My sardine sandwiches are the best in the land. You'll be back for more before long, you'll see.
Oh, that cheek.
Poor, the cheek of it. So the Grimalkin are living in the underground slum, and there are guards posted at the entrance? Shadow said it was in the old sewers, didn't he? And if he made it out, there must be a way down there that the guards aren't watching.
Blimey.
Imagine being trapped down there like that. It must be like being in prison. We cannot risk being spotted by the guards. If we are to visit the slums, we must take our way there undetected.
All right.
Alright, come on. Okay, leaf book. I recently paid a visit to exotic realm of Broadleaf. Can you guess what this picture is of? It is hotel. Each of those doors leads to a small room which one can just about squeeze inside. I thought it would be awful, but It was actually very comfortable. A hotel? Can this be true? Looks like a giant kiln. That's very typical building for Broadleaf. I would love to spend the night there. Get his heart this so I don't forget to do that. Also, get rid of this side quest for now. And go to Evermore for a little bit. Get the money.
Say.
Hello.
All right.
Still nothing? What about the weapon?
Yeah.
Also nothing. Alright, let's go back to the main story. If I can. There's a sign here. Danger. Entry prohibited due to monster infestation. The old well.
Ah!
Make a save. Here we go. I was surprised. Why weren't we fighting yet?
Leave this to me!
Oh, can't do anything. It was mean. That's floating. I don't need it though. I don't think it's the same layout as the old. It's the original game. Wait, where? Oh, it's way back. Hmm. I don't think I have that one. Nothing says they or even look like a flower. I'll try the jingle weed, but I don't think that's it. I don't want to use cosmic. That's a rare one. I only have one. Yeah. I don't think I have what it needs.
Leave this to me!
Take that! Is it? Quick!
Here we go!
What level are these? Wait, this is all just a dead end? No. Oh, this is the right way.
What's this?
What? Where are you going? I don't know what he's doing, but I'm gonna wait.
Need a little help here.
Gloomy Sword of Sights. Okay, let's check out this place first.
What's this?
Oh, well, this is familiar now. This part from the first game. I was farming some snakes here. Oh my god, I was stuck on some rock, really.
Huh?
What's this?
Oh.
I think it must be a statue of one of my ancestors. The braziers. Something tells me they're important. Why don't we try lighting them?
Hey.
You remember the Kindle spell I taught you back in the factory, right?
Oh.
So they were important. I think the numbers carved into them must relate to how long they stay lit for. So we'll need to try and light them all before time runs out.
Huh.
Nice, whoever came up with this. He's quite the trickster. Could almost have been Zip himself.
Here!
Come on!
I should heal up.
Say your prayers. Say your prayers.
Take that! Use it! Quick!
Oh, he's still alive. Oh. I was trying not to grab it, but she did. I'm going to heal Evan with it.
Tiny!
Huh? Oh, there we go. No, no, pick that up later. Oh my god.
Do something!
Go, go, go.
Flip!
Oh man. I think I can do it anyway that way. We have to light this one up first.
Tiny!
And then take this shortcut back. Somehow. No? Was sure there was a shortcut this way.
Do something!
Yeah. Maybe it's... Okay, I see it now.
Flip!
Come on. There is a shortcut. It's just in the next room.
Do something!
Or not. Oh. Oh man. Okay, one more time.
Tiny!
Okay, let's go. Why doesn't the time stop? Go. Why are you slowing down?
Something!
Whoa!
Flip!
Oh. Okay, now I can go this way and grab the chest. Was there anything here? Yes. My god, why is he... Let me refresh here.
Watch this.
I'm not sure why I'm getting killed all the time.
Watch this.
I can't see anything. Okay, I just should be healing maybe. I don't know, it just seems like Evan is taking
On my
way
word.
more damage. Yeah, that could have. I couldn't even finish saying it. Where is the last save? Okay, it's just here.
Watch this.
Hey, what's up, Starfish? Thank you for the raid. Damn, you were like 5 minutes away from ending the game. No, I'm just kidding. There's still a lot left in the game. Okay, I'm just checking.
You ready for this?
That was just being stun locked.
Sounds useful. Here goes.
No. Ugh. I don't want them to pick up the heals. Star Ocean? Star Ocean 1. Hey, Gypsy.
Watch this.
No, I don't want to watch it. Oh, come on. Go away. No, no, no. Can't do anything against that. Whatever, game. I get stun locked and then it expects me to dodge that.
Eat this.
Yeah. I never played Genshin, in fact, but this one is older and single player. I thought I talked to it. Talking about them bones. The ones you could probably whip someone good and proper with. Ooh, spiky they are. Spiky bone? What? Okay, it's not spiky bone. I would say it would look like a whip. Maybe it's a sturdy bone. It has spikes. Damn. I'm assuming it looks like a baseball bat with spikes on the end. Yeah, these guys, I'm not sure who made the mobile game for them, but there is a No Kuni Cross Worlds. It's a mobile MMORPG. So, and very successful for them, so I don't think there will be any more No Kuni. They made more money in a week than with No Kuni 1 and 2 combined. And it's just in Japan, Korea, and China. It's like with that guy that was in charge of Final Fantasy. He made Lost Odyssey and some... was it Dragoon game? Can't remember. Blue something. Blue Lagoon maybe. And then they went into mobile games, and that's what they've been doing. Crappy mobile games that bring money. And thank you for the follow. I did play Alien Isolation a few nights ago. Almost as badly as Starfish. No, I'm just kidding. He's pretty good at it for the first playthrough. How did I get turned around? But yeah, currently I'm doing some No Kuni 2 and then a couple of Persona games. Did you hear that? Sounds like someone needs our help. We have to get this door open. Got more braziers.
Come on!
Sure, let's make a save, just to be safe. Yeah, pretty much most of the year I've been I think that's one of those hardcore playthroughs. There is a semi-spin-off to Alien Isolation. It's on mobile, of course. I think it continues the story, but it's kind of like Five Nights at Freddy's. Actually not sure what I'm supposed to do here. I don't know where the second one is at. Oh, okay. Wait, I have 45 seconds to light them up. They are quite far away from each other. And my voice is changing. Maybe I took one of those alien pills. I don't know why he's so squishy in this place. I've died more in the last 15 minutes, not even, than all previous game. Whatever that was, 40 hours.
Make yourselves easy. I'm sorry.
Ready or not, here we come!
And he spits at me before he dies. Okay, what's this way? Yeah, no problem. Thank you for the follow again, and I'm sure I'll see you in the stream of one that shall not be named. Actually, I didn't give him shout out. There we go.
I'll do my best!
What? Wait, what was his name? Scout Paladin or something? I actually like that name. Alright, let me grab these items. "45 seconds. Okay, let's go. Where's my turbo? Wait, I'm going the wrong way. Damn, I already lost the 4 seconds I need.
Do something!
I am doing something. I'm running. Out of time. No. Yeah. How much was those? Few seconds there. Don't think I can do it this way because I have to run around. You just have to get good. Or maybe...
Do something!
Okay, I got it. First try. Okay, that's where the game wants me to go. gonna go southwest and check it out.
Huh?
It's maybe a shortcut back, come to think of it.
Leave this to me.
Okay. He interrupted my attack. I lost all that mana. You just can't do anything against that once it hits you.
Tanny, I need your help.
Great. Am I poisoned? I am. I don't know why the frame drops happened. There's nothing going on here.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. Just took me there.
Oh.
No, go away. Go away. Leave her alone. Hide, quickly. Oh, alright. Here it comes.
You ready for this?
Not really. Is there a point to killing the little ones? Why are you locked up? Oh, they died really quickly.
I'm counting on you.
Flip money.
I need your help.
Wasn't ready for that.
That was close.
Come on.
Take that! Take that! No. Tanny!
Okay.
Watch this.
How did he get her down right away?
Here goes. Eat this.
Yikes.
I'm counting on you. Say your prayers.
Get out of that. No, no. Oh, come on. Don't blink out.
I need your help.
That does way too much damage.
I'm cap.
No, get out, get out, get out. Damn. Why is she so strong?
I need your help. I'm counting on you.
Come on, give me that. Where is she? Wasting this power.
I'm counting on you. I need your help.
Oh my god, is he dead? He is dead.
That was close.
Oh, that was close.
Thank you.
You saved my life. I thought I was going to be... They told me it was too dangerous to go wandering around the sewers on my own, but I wouldn't listen. And just look what happened. Never mind that. What's important is that you're not hurt.
Hey,
What are you doing down here anyway? We're on our way to the slum where all the Grimmkin live. Really? But why would anyone want to visit a place like that? Well, if you're serious, you have to come and see me while you're there. I need to give you something to say thank you for saving me.
bye-bye.
I'm Maglet, by the way. Bye-bye for now.
But...
She's gone. I hope she'll be alright on her own. Thinking my tea got cold. Knockout Redeemer or something. That's the way I came. Oh, sword. Doot doot. Hey, there's a chest. Oh, I never made. Wait. I never made it all the way down that turf or whatever. Where the down is. Okay.
Tidy!
So here we are. The slum. They've cramped all the catfolk in this little place. Like crikey, they ain't possible.
Flippin' heck.
And it's all musty and damp because of the sewers as well. Makes the old Sky Pirate base seem like a paradise. Well, shall we chat to a few people and see what we can find out? Do I have to?
Hello.
There you are. Thanks again for saving me. Oh, I said I'd give you something to say thanks, didn't I? Here you go. A token of Margaret's undying gratitude. You obtained a Swish fish by Nike.
Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. But are you sure? Fish are awfully hard to get hold of down here, aren't they? No. I simply can't take it. It's reward enough to see you safe and sound. Really is. Really? You're sure? Well, if you insist. What? Thank you very, very, very much. Fish are really hard to get here, you know. I owe you double now. My mom loves these, you see, and I've been trying to get my paws on one for ages. I wanted to surprise her with a reminder of what it used to be like back home. What happened to your home, if you don't mind me asking? Well, the soldiers came, didn't they? And they threw us out, just like that. My dad tried to stop them, but they arrested him and took him off somewhere.
Golly.
I'm sorry to hear that. All I want to know is when we get to go home. Mousinger will probably get tired of being king soon, and then things will go back to normal one day.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah.
monsters sometimes come in here from the old sewers, you know. You should see a hullabaloo that springs up when they do. They're only small and we can usually fight them off, but that doesn't stop everyone worrying that they might be poisonous or something. And some of us living down here have got kittens. What if one day a bigger monster happens along when none of us grown-ups are here to protect the little ones? Honestly, it keeps me awake at night. Ever since King Mousinger took over, the mouse soldiers have been allowed to do whatever they like. They harass Grimalkin in the streets, even if they've done nothing wrong, and always find some pretense for punishing them. One of my friends was just arrested for shoplifting while he was queuing up to pay. It makes my blood boil. I can't say anything though, otherwise they'll throw me in the dungeon next. Honestly, most kids are afraid to even leave their homes these days. Things are even worse here than I thought. Yeah, Ding Dong Dell's rotten to the blessed core. But it's all because we used to persecute Mousekind. I'm sure there are plenty of people who are very happy to have Mousinger in charge. I don't condone what he's done, of course. A leader must be above petty vengeance. There's certainly no way we can form a union with such a kingdom. So what are you going to do? Get some vengeance of your own? He killed my father and Nella. He overthrew me and stole my kingdom. And he drove all these poor people down here. He has to be removed. Ding Dong Dell will never know peace otherwise.
Well now.
Tell me, Evan. Your father, was he a bad judge of character?
What?
Think about it. Why would he make someone like Mousinger his most trusted advisor?
But...
Well, I suppose he... I'm sorry. I think I need some time to myself.
No, listen here.
Do you have to set about the poor lad so mercilessly, ya devil, yeah? Can you not see it plays merry hell on his little head? He'll be okay. He's a king. Aye, well, there is that, I suppose.
Master Evan? Oh, it is you. It really is. Ratcha? Gosh, it's been so long. How are you? Relieved to have found you, that's how. The guards were all talking about how you'd been spotted. Oh, I was petrified they might get to you first. You mustn't stay here any longer. King Mousinger has ordered your arrest.
Thank you for your concern. But I came here to speak with him, as one ruler to another. I mean to forge a union between our two kingdoms.
And how do you plan to do that? In case you haven't noticed, the borders are closed, and the entire country is cut off from the rest of the world.
I know, but... Can I ask you something, Ratcha? Is Ding Dong Dell better now? Are the rats and mice happy?
I think I know what's bothering you, but there's no need to worry, my dear. King Mousinger will come to his senses. He always hated injustice. That's why your father put his faith in him in the first place.
Really?
Oh, yes. Because he felt the same. And that's why he gave Mousefolk a chance, like no king of Ding Dong Dell had ever done before. Well, he made me his maid, didn't he? And Mousinger his chancellor. Such things were unheard of at the time.
But Mousinger believes that... He believes that my father simply used him in order to keep Mousekind under control.
Does he indeed? Then he's sorely mistaken. Your father, near enough, pulled his mane out trying to build bridges between our two peoples. It's just a shame you have to take an old maid's word for it. If only he could have told you himself. His diary would have been the next best thing, I suppose, but I'm afraid they laid it to rest alongside him.
Is that right? Thank you, Ratcha. You've been very helpful.
Glad to be of service, my dear. Just you be careful now, you hear?
Here he is.
Hey,
You seem a little calmer. Yes, I think I am. Sorry about before.
Well now.
You weren't wrong, Roland. The lad soon came to his senses. Right? Listen, all of you. I must go and visit my father's tomb. I need his diary. I need to get to know him better. Sounds good to me. Let's get going, shall we? Lead on, Evan. Leave book. That's one ugly wolf. Yarr. I returned to Jack Frost's playground and risk frostbite just to snap this little beauty. This a cousin of the hedgehog, but with a thicker coat of fur and no spikes on its back. It's not a flashy beast, but it's got its own unique style. I'm sure you'll agree. This is a great picture. It's so cool. So it has no spikes on its back? Intriguing. I am more of a fan of the quiverine. Would it be possible to tame one of these? I'd love to stroke its fur, but I'd get eaten. All manner of wonderful plants grow in the sea that are every bit as alluring as those that grow on the dry land. The sight of the seaweed dancing in the ocean currents is delightful. There are also edible varieties called sea silk and swayweed, which are highly nutritious. Finally, aquatic plants deserve attention too. That pink one is really adorable. It really does look like a flower, doesn't it? Seaweed? Who eats seaweed? Blah. I mean, not on my own, by itself. Leander and Bracken teamed up to make the gear I took on my mission to Ding Dao, using some ideas I got from old spy flicks, but I definitely don't recall mentioning pills that turn you into a frog. I was convinced I'd be stuck that way forever. Wait, no, don't like it. Did I? Oh. Look at all them soldiers flip, man. Yes, if we don't plan our approach carefully, we'll be in trouble. Let's stay away from the main gate for now. No, stop, stop, stop. There we go. Oh, come on. I'm just trying to get back.
Hmm.
Hello there.
Hello there. But only have 2 left. Jeez. How many can I have? Can I? Oh. Oh, so you can buy 99 at a time, but you can have more than 99. Oh shit, wait. It's so expensive. Why is it so expensive?
What can I do for you today? See you again.
Nothing anymore. Is there any other store here? Nope. Okay. There's a way out. Don't. Okay, there's a. Oh, wait, maybe here? Oh. No, 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 no. I was thinking.
Hey. Hey.
What are you talking about, game? I thought we were going this way. What? Oh my god. Seriously?
Hey.
Well, that was a dumb mistake then. It won't let you fly until you finish whatever mission I'm on.
Say.
Hello.
All right. Yeah.
I don't understand. Heal for steel. Brute strength. All might. Let's get that going. Don't. There's one thing that I wish they would have changed before they stop working on the game. It's like when you do research, just do it from that menu there. Don't teleport me elsewhere. Like if I want to do this, just let me do it. I don't think I can do anything here because I don't have anyone. No, I don't have enough IQ. Need more people for this. Oh man, just ran out of money. Huh? Never mind, I can do one more. Why would you do that? Oh, I need execution skill. Oh, he's working. Wait, and that's at max, right? So I actually don't need these people to be here anymore. So I could... Maybe... Oh. Oh, right now I don't have money. Dang. Can't even... Okay, next time, when I get money. Oh, it is a little bit faster. Why wouldn't they make this default?
Uh-huh.
Hey there.
I don't think they let me, Oh my god, he's faster than me. Is there anything I can use to look invisible? If there is, I don't know where it is. Go, 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 go. Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me.
This'll be over in no time.
This is the crypt of the Cat Kings. In it, I've heard of this place. Yes, and only one who possesses the mark of kings can enter. Alright, in we go. My father's possessions are all in here. His diary should be among them. Here it is, my father's diary. Well, what does it say, Mon? Let's see.
Do you remember the day I made you my Chancellor, Mausinger? The other ministers,
were up in arms, but they dare not say so to my face. But I trusted in you. I could see the resolve in your eyes, the determination. You yearned to bury the differences between our kinds, just as I did. I trust in you still. I know that you will continue what we have started, and that you will succeed.
He trusted Mausinger. He had complete faith in him. So, Evan, what are you going to do now? I have to make Mausinger see the truth. I have to tell him what my father really thought of him. Sounds like a plan. Yes, assuming we can get to talk to him. Let's head back to Evermore. I have a feeling we'll need to wait for our chance to present itself.
Oi!
King Evan, sire. A letter from Ding Dong Dell.
Huh?
From old Mausinger himself, is it? I knew it was just a matter of time.
Golly.
You planned this, didn't you, Roland?
Huh?
And what now, you curse ye? You and your curse scheming.
Oh, come on.
Oh, shush you. What does it say? To His Radiant Majesty King Evan, Eddie Whisker, Taildrum of Evermore. Tales of your great achievements continue to impress us. We would be honored if you would visit us to discuss your growing union. Our border guards have been instructed to grant you free passage. Simply present the mark of kings as proof of your identity. Your eternal friend and servant, King Mausinger of Ding Dong Dell. He wants to make a trade for the Mark of Kings. Guess you knew it would make a pretty good bargaining chip all along, huh, Roland? It's a trap, of course. I don't think he's trying to disguise the fact. He knows we can't refuse.
Aye.
Well, all this, or all his weasel words, this not more than a challenge, and a brazen one at that. But it does mean that we can finally meet with him face to face. So it's off to Ding Dong Dell for a bit of old international negotiations, is it? Tidy. I'll pack my negotiating shoes. He doesn't even wear shoes. So I teleported here for no reason then, because they sent me back here anyway. No, no. Let's make a save.
All right.
Hey, I see something over there. This is a sketch I made in the frozen land known as Jack Frost's playground. I wish I could have spent more time on it, but my fingers were in danger of freezing. The air of mystery surrounding this strange crash site cannot be adequately described with words. Whoops, whoops, whoops. It is a war machine from an ancient conflict. That is no sketch. It is wonderful. You can really feel the power of nature. This crash site has always fascinated me. Long may you continue to paint. I should very much like to visit this place. I spoke to Leander about Marks of Kings, and he came up with one heck of an idea. Could use it to negotiate with Monsinger. Trust him to think outside the box. Anyway, we hatch a daring plan. Now let's see if we have the acting chops to pull it off. Stop.
Hello.
Yeah. All right.
Alright. We were just at Ding Dong Dell. Oh my god, I feel like I'm getting the run around.
Huh.
Oh. What? Oh, I don't have the... Okay, I see. I don't have the IQ for it. So I don't need these people here then. None of the people that I freed up can be placed there. Really? Alright, let's go to Ding Dong Dell again. Gonna teleport there now.
Oi!
What do you want, huh? Wait, I mean King Evan.
Oh my!
Please, you must forgive my atrocious manners, your majesty. King Mossinger has asked us to extend you the most cordial of welcomes. He wishes you to be informed that he awaits you eagerly in the throne room. I know the way.
Oh!
Of course, I'll stay right here and carry out our guarding. It's such a long time.
Oi!
Snap out of it, Evan lad. Got some Mossinger wrangling to be getting on with. Let's hurry up and get him to sign this your declaration, shall we?
Golly.
All right.
That was creepy.
Greetings.
Your Majesty, it has been too long. Ah, and I see that Roland is with you. I must thank you again for exposing our susceptibility to infiltration so thoroughly, Mr. Crane. And did you bring the Mark of Kings as requested? Don't panic, it's right here.
Excuse me?
King Mousinger, I have come to speak with you as the leader of one nation to another. Ah yes, I must commend you on your new realm and your persistence. Having failed so abjectly to rule at the first attempt, you would be forgiven for not trying again. I promised Aranella. I said I would build a kingdom where everyone can live happily ever after. And you mean to do this by convincing others to sign your pathetic little pact, I understand. A fine plan for a naive child. It's not. The Declaration of Interdependence is. Your Majesty, I must insist you humor the boy's nonsense for not a moment longer. Abandon this pretense. You do not mean to forge an alliance of equals. You mean to bend our kind, to your will, just as your father did before you.
Oh no.
Your motives are painfully transparent, but His Majesty will not countenance such foolishness. Those days are long gone. There will be no pact. Mousekind will submit to the will of Grimalkin no more.
King Mousinger, please, we have to stop this before it's too late. I see now why you overthrew me. So much has happened between our two kinds. But we can't let it go on. We have to bring the hatred between our peoples to an end.
And what would you know of hatred, boy? Of the taste of shame, of the humiliation of servitude. The line of the Tildrams ends here, today, at my hand. Oh, how long I have waited for this. Ding Dong Dell will never be yours! Never! Yeah! Come, Tilda! It is time to meet your fate!
Wow. Am I supposed to survive this?
Ready or not, here
Well. Hey, Purple, how are you doing?
I need your help.
Oh my god, don't kill him.
I'm counting on you.
What is this? Blood hell?
Do something!
I need your help.
Oh. He keeps teleporting too much. I can't do the full damage on him. Oh, see? Ugh.
I'm counting on you. Why?
Come on.
Need a little help here.
I thought he was done.
Humiliated by 2 generations of the same accursed line. Damn you, Tildrum, and all your kind.
We don't have to do this, Mausinger. I didn't come here to fight you. I don't want to fight you.
Come, Your Majesty. You cannot simply bow to defeat. If you do not destroy these worms, our people will never be safe. They will never be free.
Free? Yes, we must be free.
But not like this. Don't listen to him.
Every last Grimalkin must die! Come, Oakenheart! Come to me! My Kingspawn! Who are you?
I had thought this tedium would never end.
At last it is done, Master.
Vermine.
I hope you can forgive me, Your Majesty. Even I must confess to feeling some small pang of guilt at having encouraged you to slay your dearest friend and patron. But you should not have so readily taken my word over King Leonard's. Those who claim that blood runs thicker than water grossly overstate the case, my beloved fellow mouse.
No!
In truth, your precious king was too nauseatingly good-natured to betray you. To contemplate anything so base as manipulating you into keeping our kind in check. And more fool him, as you are so very easy to manipulate.
Vermine. How could you?
How could I betray my master? How could you be so foolish as to ask such a question? And now, Lord Doloran, I have fulfilled my part of the bargain. My price was the kingdom, if you recall. I hereby claim it.
Yes, of course. You must be rewarded for your faithful service. Ha!
What? Oh. Ha!
Doloran, what have you done to him?
I have repaid the debt of a traitor, and not a moment too soon. This accursed kingdom. Not only was its ruler too pure-hearted to succumb to my corruption, even his closest aide proved immune to my advances. In the end, I was forced to settle for this contemptible worm. I have wasted so much precious time. But at last, my plan is complete. What a pity you will not be present to witness its glorious fruition!
Oakenheart! Has it really come to this?
Wait! You needn't do this alone. We'll fight him together.
Watch this!
Whatever them flowers are popping out, it ain't good. Avoid the polleny stuff and bash them blues.
Hey, Moist.
Here goes.
Oi! All together now!
Seriously. This guy hits for too much.
Put of these chasey luminaries about her. Well, let's not find out, Dave. Run away!
Ah. Nobody's helping me. This putt is useless.
Looks like Matt's had the desire to run. Go for his other legs.
Oh.
I need your help.
Oh, bang in.
What? You want me to call you? See you later, Moist.
I'm counting on you.
She's using something called telephone or something. She really is like 69. What was I supposed to do there?
I need your help. I'm counting on you. Here we go. I need your help.
He's gonna one-shot me.
Cannot give up yet!
I knew it.
That was close.
No!
Ding Dong Dell is doomed. I have doomed it. For my king's bond to have been plucked from me so easily. I was not fit to rule. I was not strong enough. Take my life, Dildrum. It is your right. You must avenge your father. No, Monsignor. There will be no more needless death. And this kingdom is not doomed. It will rise again. And it will do so because its people will work together to rebuild it. Cat and mouse, hand in hand. My father trusted you. You cannot fail him now.
It says... He believed in me. And I... What have I done?
Mausinger, my dearest friend.
Your Majesty,
Be still, Mausinger. I forgive you. Our two kinds have borne each other ill will since time immemorial. The rift between us could not be healed so easily. It was a distance that could only ever be closed one step at a time. But close it shall. One day, we will stand together, hand in hand at last, all thoughts of oppression consigned to history. And you, Mausinger, you will bring this about.
But Your Majesty, why would you trust in one who had failed you so utterly? At whose hand you...
I always trusted you, old friend, and I always will. You see far, further than I ever could. You are a maker of plans, a doer of deeds, a true ruler. Yet there remains in you a lingering shadow of doubt. Doubt in others, born of doubt in yourself. A king must learn to trust his own judgment.
A king? You mean that you still think me worthy?
Who better to rule over the realm I love than one who loves it just as fiercely?
If it please you. Your Majesty.
It does. And now, I must be on my way. When next we meet, I would have you tell me the tale of a kingdom made great by its wise and benevolent ruler.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Farewell, Mausinger. I leave Ding Dong Dell in your hands. Do not fail me. Become a true king.
I will not fail you, old friend.
King Mausinger. I humbly propose that a pact be made between our realms. Will you sign the Declaration of Interdependence?
It is what your father would have wanted. For our two kingdoms to stand as one. And so it shall be.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Let us work together to make a better, more peaceful world.
You have come far, son of Leonard. I will gladly stand beside you. And I will make Ding Dong Dell a kingdom where all races can stand beside one another. The enmity of generations will divide us no longer. I salute you, Evan, Lord of Evermore.
Hello. Thank you for the raid again, Bunnyco. I hope you guys are doing well. So basically, it started with a coup to take over this guy after they killed his dad, the lion. And he was being controlled by someone who got killed like 10 minutes ago, I guess. Because traitors deserve traitors' death. He got killed by his master. But yeah, right now he was shown that the old king wasn't distrustful of him or anything, and show him the proper way or whatever. I don't know. As for the Mark of Kings, I will entrust it to your keeping until such time as the matter of Horned One has been resolved. You may have need of it yet.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that I will be able to return it to you very soon. Very good. Now I am ready when you are. Let us swear our pact.
Let our nations be joined for the sake of the world.
Let the banners of war ne'er again be unfurled. United we stand as one single land.
And sure enough, Ding Dong Dell began to change from that day forth. No longer did catkind cower beneath the ground in fear of tyranny. Instead, the Grimalkins stepped out into the sun and saw their brother mice as if for the first time. And the hatred that had divided them for so long melted away like so much snow. Well, perhaps not entirely. But these things take time.
And thank you for the follow.
The declaration's finished, Evan. You did it.
And we made peace with Mausinger too, which is something. But his king's bond was stolen, and Doloran really does mean to resurrect the Horned One.
So what if he does? You'll be ready to face him. You'll overcome this trial, just like all the others. After all, if you can as good as unite the whole world, you can do anything.
You're right.
But it's not over yet. And this last part isn't going to be easy.
The time has come. All 4 king's bonds belong to me. At last, I shall have my heart's desire.
Yeah, the game looks good. Like someone said, it's kind of a, you know, the non-violent anime looking. Like, they did use Studio Ghibli in the previous game, but they used somebody else for this sequel. Because I don't think Studio Ghibli makes stuff anymore. Something's not right. What the flip's wrong with you, Mon? Pull yourself together.
Chapter 9. To be a king.
Roland! What?
Yeah, when they first started making video games, they used like anime cel-shaded looking graphics with Cloud and Cloud 2, especially Cloud 2. And then they got hired to make Dragon Quest 8, choose the Toriyama like art style for the game. What the heck is going on? Ah, I'm okay. Anyway, never mind me. Did you see that sky? About 20 others went out on patrol over that way, didn't they?
Gosh.
Yes, they did.
It's torn the very sea asunder.
Is that a kingmaker? If it is, it's the biggest I've ever seen.
The Horned One has returned to us at last. Now the people of this pathetic world shall give their souls to bring my beloved Alessandra back to me. More citizens for my kingdom, more power for my kingdom. And with every soul I steal, the more glorious my realm will become.
Ahoy there!
Here we are, Your Majesty, back in one piece, near enough.
Forgive me.
I'm afraid we have some rather troubling news to impart. We sure do, but I think you probably guessed what it is. I think it's just a headdress. Yeah, each king has like what's called a kingmaker, and it's like a giant monster that protects the kingdom at times. And he managed to summon one that's really huge. I was going to do some kingdom management, but I have to listen what he has to say. Yeah, this little guy is my kingmaker, and he's like this huge Chinese like dragon. I think he took that form once. So the Horned One really has returned. Indeed, we encountered the creature in the skies above the Blackened Isle. I recorded it on a memolet. You need to see this. It appeared along with a large landmass. I mean, it is a huge lass. It appeared along with a large landmass, which we can only assume to be the continent that was lost when the Horned One was sealed away. It's enormous. Look, it's Longfang. Not just Longfang lad, the whole blessed lot are there. Brine-Skimmer, Bastion, and Oakenheart too. This a veritable Kingmaker's conference. But there is something different in their bearing. These are not true Kingmakers, they are facsimiles, created though, through the power of the stolen King bonds, I would assume. Well, whatever they are, they created some kind of barrier to protect the Horned One. Indeed, at the moment the barrier was raised, the fiend began absorbing a succession of spheres like pure light.
What the?
Spheres of... what could they be? If you give me just a moment, Roland. Scant moments after absorbing the first one of these spheres, the Horned One began to expel a great cloud of black creatures. Yeah, and they went flying off in every direction. Luckily, not too many of them headed this way. They look horrible.
Now,
as to the nature of these spheres of light, it is my belief that they were souls, distillations of the very essence of life. The Horde One is absorbing the souls of the people of the world and transforming them, enslaving them.
Oh my.
That's awful. You remember what Dalaran did to Vermine? When the life was leached from him, when he became little more than a walking corpse. This is what happens when a person's soul is stolen. And you're saying that's happening to people all over the world, even as we speak? They're being turned into living dead? How can we turn them back?
Well,
I cannot say it for certain, but there must surely be a way. And how come there's none around these parts? As have had their souls taken hostage, I ask you. I think we may have Lofty to thank for that.
No, man.
Me? I ain't done nothing, man. Nothing, I swear. You didn't have to. What's the one thing our nation has that the others don't anymore? That's right, a kingmaker. The bond between you and Evan is still strong. That means we're protected.
Yeah.
Not bad, Mr. Kingmaker. Not bad.
In it though.
Reckon I had a little inkling it might be something like that. Stands to reason, don't it? Me being all important and that. And why has he done all this? Why would he be so desperate to bring back the Horned One in the first place? I believe I can help you there. Your Majesty. You must forgive the intrusion, Evan, circumstances being what they are. Not at all. You're very welcome.
Now,
On the subject of who Dalaran is and what exactly he might want, I believe I have some information that may clarify things a little further. 2000 years ago, he was the ruler of a nation known as Allegoria, and he made a pact with the Horde One. Though his was a small and insignificant kingdom, by enlisting the aid of such a kingmaker, he thought to make Allegoria great, to bend this singular evil to his will. That tallies with what Niall told us, like when we first learned about Dalaran. But things did not go according to plan. Instead, a terrible tragedy befell the realm. Far from growing great, it disappeared from the world entirely. It is believed that he was unable to contain the fiend's all-consuming corruption, and that the entire continent Allegoria stood upon was spirited away to a place between worlds. Whatever happened, Dalaran would appear to be determined to revive this vanished land.
What?
But why? What would he want to bring it back after all these years? I don't know, but I think I understand why he needed all those king spawns now. Without them, he couldn't hope to control something so powerful. Well, whether we have an inkling as to why or not, I'd say the swap's wish is more than a little close to coming true. It was a kingdom size of chunk of land appeared alongside that great creature, that's for certain. But if Dalaran's got what he wanted, why would he be stealing everyone's souls? He needs followers, subjects. The more powerful he grows, the more powerful his kingmaker grows in turn. And none whose ambitions stretch as far as enlisting the aid of such an utterly evil being will surely not be satisfied with merely recovering his lost realm. No, now that he has the means at his command, it would seem he intends to bring all the peoples of the world under his dark dominion. So he wants to take over the whole world? Well, we can't let him. We won't.
Yeah.
And how exactly are we supposed to stop him? You saw the size of that mountain of spikes he calls his Kingmaker, didn't you? There is one possibility. Mornstar, the sword said to have sealed away the Horned Ones, evil all those centuries ago. Mornstar. Alas, its whereabouts are no longer known. But there is yet time. The great evil gathers its forces still. If the sword can be found before it reaches its full strength, we may yet stand a chance. But how do we find it if nobody knows where it is? How indeed. Any tale 2 millennia in the making will almost certainly be more fantasy than fact by now, and surely no records from the time remain. 2000 years ago. I think we might know where to find records from far back, don't you, Evan? Oh, were you talking to me?
Ah!
Of course, the library in Goldpaw. You're right. If anything from back then did survive, you can bet Bodley will know about it. And it seems we have a plan of action. We will inform the rulers of the other realms of all that has come to pass. We will rally them to the cause and make ready to make the Horned One, to take the Horned One by force. You will seek out further clues as to Mornstar's whereabouts. Alright. Very well, until we meet again. This is a reading simulator. Oh no, not more reading. It's hard to believe, but my sources assure me it's true. Evan has actually got Ding Dong Dell to join forces with him and become part of the Union. Yes, you heard that right. Evan has buried the hatchet with Mousinger and added his kingdom to the Union. This cannot be true. So the 4 great kingdoms are united? Well, it's technically 5 great kingdoms now. Am I dreaming? King Evan is amazing. How does he do it? Does this mean there will be no more war? Yes, an era of cooperation has surely dawned. It seems the world really is coming together. This still hasn't quite sunk in. Joining the Union has been good for Goldpaw. Welcome back to my occasional look at folks with talent to spare. This time round, I would like to introduce you to Yappy, a military maestro who always keeps his cool in the heat of battle. He's a real inspiration for inspiring swordsmen everywhere. Goodness, what a dashing young man. Ah, what use are good looks in battle? Yappy is formidable fighter, I assure you. Well, either way, he is very dashing. Truly, I am green with envy. Diary of a Dating Disaster. Ooh. I was starstruck as I approached the goddess of good luck at the Lucky Stars Casino and asked her if I could take a picture. Her many admirers glared at me, but they needn't have worried. She gave me my picture, but then ordered me to never speak to her again. Hot. She has such a beautiful eye. Okay. This lady definitely takes no nonsense. She is far too beautiful for the likes of me. She is truly a paragon of canine charm. I would propose to her, if I had the nerve. I would not be brave enough to speak to her. Well done for getting a picture of her. I am sure she is even more radiant in person. The next bright star I would like to make the acquaintance of is an agricultural expert by the name of Lady Trudy. She burns with ambition to have the finest farm in the whole of 5 kingdoms, and she has the verve and grit to actually make it happen. She looks very grand indeed. It is a fine thing to be ambitious. Did you see what I just saw? This huge thing just fell from the sky. I don't know about you, but I've got a bad feeling about this. Just when things were looking up for the world, I felt the ground shake. What is happening? It seems to fall into the ocean. Whatever it is, I can see it from here. What's going on? Someone? Anyone? This is totally freaking me out. Would this really be the end? We're doomed. Doomed, I tell you. As soon as anybody hears more, post it here. This had to happen on my day off. At long last, the Grimmel King are free to walk around without fear of being attacked. I will never forget what Mousinger did to King Leonhard. But if Evan can forgive him, then perhaps one day I can too. Finally, I can go back to my home. There are even Grimmel King guards again. Does this mean the kingdom's safe to visit? Of course it is. We are not at war, you know. Maybe you can forgive Mousinger, but I can't. Ever since King Leonhard was overthrown, I have been plying my trade in Cloud Coil Canyon. And finally it seems I can return to Ding Dong Dell. I would like to thank all my loyal Cloud Coil Canyon customers. I hope you'll pay me a visit at Swift Solutions. No. Well, maybe. Okay, let me manage the kingdom for a second. Then I guess I'll go to Goldpaw. Another good town. I think that's my favorite town in the game. Goldpaw and Hydropolis are really nice.
Yeah.
Hello.
All right.
Alright. Alright. Wow, so much money. Let's waste it away. Can I upgrade the kingdom anymore? Of course you can't. I mean, can. No, I can't. Well, I couldn't before either. Okay, I'm gonna keep that money for now, then expand the kingdom. Not like I have people to staff the new buildings anyway. Or side quests in here. Goldpaw. Where am I going? Which way? The best looking lady in all of a video game. Tolerant finally surfaced, and he's wreaking havoc on the world. He's reawakened, a creature known as the Horned One, and is stealing people's souls en masse, turning them into empty husks. I'd say it felt like a movie, but no. This feels all too real.
Excuse me?
Madam Bodley, there was something we were hoping to ask you. Well, if it isn't my little lovely Woolies. Bodley has been waiting for you. What is it, dearies? What's that now? Wookie Wookie from 2000 years ago? Ridiculous. Impossible. No such Wookie Wookie exists. How could they? Too long ago. Too musty. All fallen apart. Yes.
Oh.
Well, if they are not here, I suppose they won't be anywhere.
No.
Wookie Wookies? No, but Stony Poos? Oh yes. Just one, a strange, flat, cold old thing from all the way back when. Really? Strange how? You'll see, pretty man. You'll see soon enough. Oh yes. Bodley will be in the alcove over there. Dearies, come along now. Why can't we just teleport there, please?
Look, yes?
Here, dearies. Strange old, awful old, silly old stone.
Well now.
Old stone tablet, huh? Don't look like much to me. Look closer. The engravings. There are no ordinary letters, at least none of them. Not that I am familiar with. It is some kind of code. Thought of that, silly girl. Tried every trick in the book. No good, no good, no good. Couldn't read a word. Shame too. From same time as Mornstar. Might tell more of Sacred Sword.
If I may be so bold.
You may not. It is not a code or cipher. Then perhaps it is magic that prevents the words from being read.
Yes.
Magic, he says. Interesting, intriguing. Yes, yes. And there was silly old Bodley turning it every which way up and down all these years, squinting and straining and... Well, if it's magic that's stopping this silly thing from being read, you'll need Lily's help. Dear little Lily, such a clever girl.
All right.
Let's go and show it to her. Would you mind if we borrowed it for a while? Oh, go ahead, dear. Bodley has no use for the silly old, squiggly old thing. Horrible, head-hurty, stony won't. But do come back and tell her what it says when you work it out, won't you, dearies?
Yoo-hoo!
Lily will be waiting. Ta-ta for now. Let's not come back here anymore. Once she tried to hug me.
Hello.
I feel like I've been reading for the last 3 hours. Master Evan, it is good to see you. Can I help you in some way? As a matter of fact, you can. What do you make of this? What's that? Let me see now. Intriguing. It is protected with a charm of encryption. Very clever indeed. Can you remove it, Lily? Of course, it is not so clever as to be beyond my skills, but I shall need some seeing sand. Oh, and where might we find that? It was once quite commonly found in the drylands. Alas, I hear that it has been somewhat difficult to come by of late. The drylands, you say? You mean to go yourself? Then let me mark the place where it can be found on your map. Let me see now. here, and there. All done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. We'll bring to you your seeing sand right away.
See you.
Take care. The desert can be a dangerous place. A lot of leave book posts. Yar, finally I tracked one down. I don't even know if you can call this little beauty a proper monster, but I've still been determined to find one as long as I can remember. You won't be able to tell from the picture, but these swabs are slinky little movers. A rare find indeed. These little guys are easy to photograph. Bravo. I never encountered one myself. If this isn't strictly a monster, what is it? There's a fine question. To be honest with you, I'm none too sure. To tell the truth, I am a little tired of all this treasure hiding, so this is the last one. If you can find the place where I took this picture, you're welcome to keep what you find there. Happy hunting, treasure fans, and goodbye. Where is that? A little help here? Or give us a hand, will ya? And what kind of treasure is it anyway? I'm behind on one of the treasures, so I haven't done the previous one yet.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, let's continue with the main quest. Mamuni garb. That's 2000 years old for sure. Let's see what level that monster is. Probably too high to take on. $65. Ouch. I'll give it a try. I'm prepared to be one shot.
Careful, everyone.
Oh, yeah. He's a red. But he's taking damage. So it's possible. Only took 4,500 damage. That's not bad. Get off.
Take that! Make yourselves useful.
I think that slam is the only thing that does real damage though. The slam and him throwing back up. Where is
I'm sorry.
he? That sucked. Because thanks to the animation, I didn't know where he was. And lost all that power. Up.
This'll knock your socks off.
Ooh, nice, they're getting poisoned. He's at 80%. He's dead. Yeah, I was stuck in the animation.
On my word. Ready or not?
Get out, get out.
This'll knock your socks off.
Yeah, this is not a top fight.
Say your prayers. Say your prayers.
He's dead.
I think I'm.
That was a close one. I'm counting on you. I need your help. I'm counting on you.
Get out, get out. But she got killed. I was going to activate him, but I was worried he would throw a stone. Like that. Move. The animation takes too long to get out of. Get out, you two. What are you doing? What?
Roland!
Wow. It was dumb. It was a waste of a resurrection item. Get out, get out.
I'm counting on you.
There's like 20% left.
I need your help. I'm counting on you.
Get out, get out. My fingers are starting to cramp up during this fight. It's been like at least 5 minutes. Come on, we got this.
I need your help.
Get out, get out. Nice. Didn't get any weapons? Wow. Well, I got some pendant. You got some ultimate weapon. Wait. What is the level of that monster over there? Did it say level? You better have said 60, not 80. Oh, these guys hit more than that boss.
I owe you one. Sorry.
Okay, it is 60. Oh, like what? Killer kebab. I've never seen kebab kill someone. I think it's on top or something. I don't see it. No. Where is it then? I think I looted where it might be. That's what it is. Nope, not it. Whoa, nice. Oh, what? Was I supposed to... Okay, now I feel silly. But I was just grabbing one of these sparklies. Is that a teleport? Yes. John Blazing Ring. sucker. Oh, let me get this. What did I miss this treasure? Cuddly warm cotton. Nice. There we go. At last, the seeing sand. Now we can find out what the flip that tablet thingy says in it.
Yes!
Let's go and see Lily, shall we?
Come on!
Are we still alive? No. Is that?
Say.
I think it's close to 500. Oh, it is 500. Nice. Oh man. What? Ooh. Can expand it until first need to get level 4 kingdom. And I think I need 100 citizens and 64 facilities first. Okay. Never mind then. Oh, distillery. I thought it was distillery. can't make this one. Neat. Perfect execution. So am I just missing one after that? Eternal fingers. Yeah, so I can't build 2 facilities, and that's because I don't have the recruit. And some certain special quest. So yeah. Still have 100k or so.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Hello there. Uh-huh.
Alright, let's see. This tablet.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's the story of yours, Neil? You will not believe this, Evan, but I won some kind of a prize. Look, I got this letter about it today. Dear Niall of the Forest of Niall. Congrats, mate. You've been selected from a pool of thousands to win a top prize. Just come down to the Mugs Burrow and bring this letter as proof. Looking forward to seeing you.
Gosh.
That's wonderful, Neil. Congratulations. Aye, that it is. There's just one wee problem though. These old bones of mine are as stiff as anything right now. I cannot possibly... Excuse me. I cannot possibly make it all the way out there and back. Do you think you could maybe go in my place? Listen, Neil. I don't want to burst your bubble, but I'd ignore that letter if I were you. I've seen this kind of scam 1,000 times.
Aye.
Aye, but What if it isn't a scam, huh? I'm not gonna miss the chance to claim my prize. Of course, I know there's a chance it's dodgy, but it's a chance I'm willing to take. What do you say, Evan? Will you help me out, laddie? To be honest, I'm rather curious to see if the prize is real myself. Let's go and find out, Roland. Well, it's your funeral. Guess it can't hurt to go and take a look. It was probably from a prince. Wait a minute, he never...
Don't let me down.
Here we go. It's not even worth exchanging 9,000 King Guilders. I already made it since I reset this thing again. I'm gonna make 9,000 before I'm done reading this quest. We brought you your seeing scent, Lily. Welcome back, Master Evan. If you would be so kind as to hand me the tablet and the sand.
Yes.
Yes, this will be just perfect. The process will take some time, I am afraid. It might be best if you waited at the castle. I will bring the tablet to you as soon as it has been deciphered.
I'll be counting on you.
I just got word from Zip. Sounds like the Horned One is still stealing souls from all over the world. Luckily, he hasn't made a move. We may have a little time yet. But people are still being sacrificed every moment. We have to find Mornstar and put a stop to Doloran's wickedness as soon as possible. We will be lucky indeed if he waits long enough for us to locate the sword. Well, I'd say we're due a little luck.
Excuse me?
Master Evan, please, you must forgive the wait. I have deciphered the tablet. Tablet of Unity. If the accursed thing don't tell us something about this holy sword, after all the troubles we've been to, I'll fling it off the blessed balcony. Let's see, shall we? Yes. Of the great coupe? Cup? The great cup of the great cup? The great evil having been laid to rest, the sacred sword, its purpose met, did take the form of a humble cup. Should ever a king have need of it again, he must needs visit that seldom trod land where silence reigned. There at the place of the great frozen bowl, he must speak thusly, cup awake, sword to make. Once claimed, the cup need only be married with the base of a kingmaker's bond, and lo, the sword shall live again.
Yeah!
It was a clue about Mornstar. Thank goodness for that.
Well.
So the sword became a cup, and was hidden away until such time as it was needed once again. Then we'd best find the cursed thing and turn it back into a sword, and quick. The base of a kingmaker's bond. I guess that means we'll need the thing you guys forged your bond with. The royal twig, right? Yes, and And I'll need to remember the magic words. Cup awake, sword to make.
Of course.
But first, we will need to determine precisely where the cup is hidden. The inscription mentions a quiet place visited by few, and a great frozen bowl. Yeah, I was thinking about that. There's a snowfield in Autumnia called Jack Frost's Playground. It's ways north of Broadleaf. I heard a big crater up that way called the Caldera. I can't say for certain if that's our frozen bowl, but I think it might be worth checking out. I think you're right, Bracken. Alright, let's go and have a look, shall we? I've some glad tidings for all fellow lovers of feasting, toasting, and riotous revelry. Riotous. We've a brand new inn where you can meet new shipmates, learn the latest news, and best of all, enjoy a refreshing beverage or two. Juice, if you're young'un, of course. Yarr. The World in Pictures. This is a painting I did for the Heartlands before King Evan and his subjects began to build evermore. The golden grass reflecting the sunlight was truly breathtaking. You can see the ruby ruins in the foreground. Who knows what life was once like here? I wonder who built those ruins. King Evan really did pick a wonderful spot. I can almost feel the breeze blowing. Wow. Just wow. Let's see how much I made by end of this talk. Yeah, 40,000. Those purses are useless. Okay. I'll be right back. Alright, where do you want me to go, game? I was gonna do some side quests, but I wanna knock out the main quest. Maybe tomorrow, just do side quests. What level is this guy? Why is he level 34 in here? Wow, I mean... What was that? Oh, teleporter. And a chest. Yeah, I would think he was like level 50 something.
Gosh.
So this is Caldera. Well, it's a great big frozen ball, that much is certain. Reckon we might be onto something by your... Alright, we'd better try these magic words. Cup awake, sword to make. Flip! It flipping worked. What is that, some kind of shrine or something? Let's go and take a closer look, shall we? I'm sure we'll find the cup inside. Shrine of Unity.
Wow.
How big is this thing? Well, never mind. Oh my god, there's a level 63 in there.
You ready for this?
Wait! Grab this!
I'm counting on you.
You're welcome.
Oh, well.
Oh, knickers!
Come on! I need your help!
Victory. This is a huge shrine.
Hey.
Oh boy. What level is this thing? 60. Damn, he got the Galactus beat out of him. So sparkly. Oh, there it is. Knew I saw it somewhere.
Oh, flippin' heck.
It says Beautiful Restoration Robes. Booty.
Oh.
Oh, it's just some sort of shrine.
Blimey.
And nothing cup-like in sight either. Did we make a wrong turn somewhere? Oh boy.
Watch your backs!
No, you watch your back. Level 62. Magical attacks. All attacks. Let's go with all attacks. Mom's meat pie.
Your help.
Guys. What was he doing?
All yours!
You're wasting my buff, you tool. That was dumb. All the damage wasted.
Tidy!
Blazeproof Warlord's armor.
Oh my!
So this is it. It's beautiful. Do we really have to turn something so pretty into a sword?
Okay.
Unless you want to try clunking the horned one over the head with a flipping goblet, then yeah. Come on, let's go and forge ourselves something a bit choppier. Obtain the Cup of Communion. We managed to obtain this legendary artifact, and truly it is a thing of beauty. It seems a terrible waste to melt it down to forge a sword, but history will not forgive us if we do not try. Before it vanishes forever, here is the final image of the cup. Yar would be perfect for swinging grog. Don't even think about it, Batu. Leander, don't let it out of your sight.
Say. Huh.
Let's see what I can level up till I run out of money. Why are they on the farm? Okay.
Uh-huh.
Before I do any more stuff.
Hello.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Blue sky?
Hmm.
What is this, Evan? I brought you some blue sky button tops. They really do taste as bright and breezy as they look.
Yes.
That is correct answer. Thank goodness. I was nervous for a moment there. Your face doesn't give anything away, does it, Henny? A few nerves never harmed anyone, Your Majesty. You mustn't stay in your royal comfort zone all the time. I suppose so. That only battle could make me so tense. Well, you got it right. And that was a tricky question too. Lots of children struggle when it comes to blue sky button tops. I'm sure they do. It was just a lucky guess, I think. Oh, I doubt luck had anything to do with it. Now, all ready for the final question? It's probably the most difficult of them all.
All right.
Fire away, Henny. I want to see if I can get them all right. Alright, here we go. This mushroom may look sweet and beautiful, but its flavor is famously awful. Well, can you bring me something that fits this description? Gunk? Do they look beautiful? Moonbeam? Granddad's chair. Sickly sweet. I found it, Annie. This mushroom looks adorable, but its taste is absolutely disgusting.
Yes.
Well, now that was a guess. Well done, Evan. That's the correct answer. And that's 3 out of 3. You've passed the test. Congratulations. Gosh, that's such a relief. I was fairly confident about the last one, but I was still nerve-wracking waiting for you to tell me that I got it right. I can imagine, but you did well to identify the cutesy pop. They are indeed more valued for their appearance than their flavor, though the tiniest trace of their cloying, sickly sweetness can sometimes give a cake a little extra something. I suppose it probably could. Isn't it wonderful how everything has its use? Indeed it is, and that's one of the most important lessons any child can learn.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for teaching me it, Annie. Alright, Evan, that's the end of the test. Well done on finishing it. It really wasn't easy. I might make a few adjustments before I have the children give it a try.
Thank you very much.
Honestly, I can't wait to see their faces when I tell them that King Evan himself took the very same mushroom spotting test as them and passed with flying colors. Welcome back, Purple.
Hello.
Oi!
Oh, yeah, I was supposed to talk to him. Oh no, I've been rumbled.
Oh my.
Rumbled? You mean you weren't going to tell anyone? No, you don't understand. I just needed some time to perfect the recipe, that's all. I still haven't quite managed to match the taste of the ones they serve in sweet saffron, you see. I'm almost there. It's just, there's something about the sauce. I haven't managed to get that perfect balance of spice and sweetness right. There really is annoying. There really is nothing like it. I think I've worked out what I need to make the magic happen, but unfortunately I don't have quite the right ingredients. So that's what all the mysterious behavior was about. I'm sorry for having been so suspicious of you, Floyd. Why don't I make it up to you by getting you the ingredients you need for this sauce? You'd do that for me, Your Majesty? Honestly, you're the greatest king a cat could ever hope for. Alright, we'll need to start with the most important ingredient in any good sauce, apples. Apples? Really? Oh yes, and the apple I have in mind is a very special one indeed. It's grown in rich, fertile soil and bathed in hundreds of hours of golden sunlight to bring out its sweet deliciousness.
Yes.
I am talking, of course, about a honey apple. They grow in the mountains near Ding Dong Dell. Nothing else will do, Your Majesty. I simply cannot make my sauce without one. Would you be so good as to go and fetch me one? While you're gone, I'll go over the other ingredients I'm going to need. Alright, one honey apple coming up. Let's see if I have one already.
Yes. Are you ready to order?
Oh, I don't. Let's make cozy curry. Frothy coffee. I think I need that for side quest, don't I? Hot tip tea. Looks pretty good. Cutterfly flakes. I think there's bonanza in it. Good old eggnog. Dude, eggnog. Lucky lobster. Pizza. Don't think there is pizza. Alright, that's it. I'm deleting the game. No pizza. Will not play again.
Take your time.
I think I need this for a quest. Let's buy you.
Take your time. See ya.
Okay, let's make this sword.
Yeah.
Hello.
All right.
What you been playing, Purple? Anything good? League of Legends? PUBG? For me to get to work on the Sword of Unity? Yes.
Alrighty.
Time to see if I can't figure out how to turn this cup into an evil busting sword. The Warshak team. Workshop. Not work shark. The workshop team are standing by for action. Oh, but I mean to ask first, Lofty, are you sure it's alright to use the royal twig to make it? It's flipping stick, man. What do I care? I've never been around the place now. I've been around the place now. I've seen a few things, like I never realized how much I'd missed out on, like, you know, like an actual halfway decent symbol of our flipping bond. You've seen the stuff them other rulers got, man. Snazzy as heck. And what do I get? Well, a stick, man. A flipping stick. Are you seriously asking if I'd rather have that thing or a flippin' holy flippin' sword? You need your head examined. Take it, turn it into Wallop great big legendary blade, and let's never mention the flipping twig of flipping again, shall we? Well, alrighty then. Guess we'd better get to work.
Here it is, Evan.
Monster, the Sword of Unity. We can finally face the Horned One. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. With this sword, we can defeat the Horned One and put a stop to Dalaran's wicked plans once and for all.
Aye.
This a fine piece of work and no mistake. You look almost tough, Evan. I've informed the other rulers of the sword's completion. They'll be assembling their troops as we speak. It's time for the final showdown. But just a little longer now. But just a little more, and you will be returned to me at last. I would like to begin by thanking you all for coming. The battle ahead will not be an easy one, and without the support of your armies, we would have no hope of victory. How could we refuse? The Horned One has returned. If we do not stand together, we fall apart.
Exactly.
Yeah, you need a brain like mine and technology like Broadleaf's. If you're going to get through this, any numbskull can see that. We must be masters of our own fate. It was you who taught me this, King Evan. And besides, what meaning would your hard-won union have if we did not unite in the face of so grave a threat?
Thank you.
You're right. Thank you, all of you. If we make a stand together, I'm sure we'll be able to bring peace back to the world. Our strategy is in place, and all forces are on standby. They have their orders. All you need to do is say the word, Evan. Come, let me know when you're ready to begin. So, this is the big one. Are you ready to take on the fight? Are you ready to take the fight to the Horned One? You won't be able to play freely for a while after this point. Are you sure you want to try and take on the Horned One?
Uh-huh.
Damn.
All right.
Let's get started, shall we? According to Zip's analysis, Doloran is somewhere inside the Horned One. Which means we'll need to find a way in, and we're going to face him. We only get one shot at this, Evan. It's showtime.
Gosh, just look at them all.
I'm not sure these weapons of theirs will be enough. Surely I could have spared a few more. Have you seen the mechanical soldiers? So strange. Indeed. Unnerving even. Out of my way, fish face! Barbarian.
All right. Let me explain how we're going to do this. The dimensional barrier created by the Horned One can only be eliminated if all 4 towers generating it are destroyed at the same time. Mess the timing up even slightly, and one tower will regenerate the other.
So each country can take down a tower apiece? Nice. Not having to work with the other armies will speed things up.
Indeed. We Hydropolitans have our own methods, and we fight at our own pace.
Are you even listening to what I'm saying? We need to take them all down simultaneously. Each tower is different. Each Kingmaker is different. Without teams made up of specialists from each kingdom, we'll never take them out at the same time.
You expect us to work together?
Impossible!
With foreigners? Never.
As if the task ahead were not difficult enough already.
I just can't see how this is the best use of our resources.
Help me out here, Evan.
Everyone! Listen! If the 5 nations cannot promise to work together, we have already lost. It is promises that make us strong. I may be a king now, but if it were not for my promise to Aranella, I would never have found the strength to rule. If it were not for my promise to Aranella, I would never have found the strength to build a new kingdom after being chased from my own. The promise I made? Well, you could say that it saved me. For a time, I thought I heard her speaking to me, begging me to avenge her. But I soon realized that it was my own voice. It was not something Nella would have ever wanted. I let my own thoughts of revenge cloud my reasoning. I almost forgot my promise. But I have grown. I have changed. I have built a kingdom, just as I swore I would. And I have met so many wonderful people. People who stood by me, who fought at my side. Yes, there were times when I wanted to give up, to break down and cry. But I didn't. Thanks to you. Thanks to all of you. And now I want to fulfill my vow more than ever. To build a kingdom, no, a world, where everyone can live happily ever after. If we promise to work with one another, we can do this. If our nations are united, we can build a wonderful future for everyone. That's why we are fighting today. Why we have to keep fighting to the last. So please, make this promise for the future of our world.
Looks like our boy won the troops around. Good job.
Yeah. Amazing.
So the 5 great armies, stirred by Evan's heartfelt words, set off to face the Horned One. And sure enough, they agreed to work together. The soldiers of each country split into 4 forces, 1 for each of the towers. Flipman!
Hey Funk, thank you for the raid again. I hope you guys are doing well. The rider's even bigger and up close, core, and half scared of getting my soul stolen like my soul does. Hang on, I thought none of us could have our souls stolen because you were a kingmaker. Isn't that the whole point?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, alright, I know that. I just forgot, innit? Anyway, what was it we were supposed to be doing again? Rowan wrote it all down for us. Everyone has their part to play, including you. Here, you better take a look. Operation Hornfall, mission briefing. The deployment will consist of 5 task forces, each made up of hand-picked units, all of whom will need to work together in order to achieve our mission objectives. Each force will be led by a ruler of one of the great nations, and the operation will consist of 3 key stages. 1. Destroy towers. Target made vulnerable. 2. Direct assault on target. 3. Enter target and eliminate Doloran. Task forces. Operational aims will be as follows. Stage 1. Yeah. Stage 3. King Evan and select force will infiltrate the Horned One with Lofty's help and locate and eliminate Doloran. This won't be easy, and it won't stand a chance of success if we don't pull together and do our part. Good luck out there, everybody. You're going to need it. Would you advance toward the Horned One and make ready by the barrier to attack the moment it drops? For that to happen, our allies will need to put all 4 towers out of action at precisely the same time. A bit of walking followed by a bit of waiting, huh? Reckon I can handle that. Let's get to it, my boy. Yes, so looks like I'm trying to finish the main game. No hard mode. Why would I do that? I might be struggling with just regular mode. Have you leveled your monk yet?
Good luck, troops.
Hey.
All right. Come on. Can't afford to lose.
Who's next?
Yeah, I should have killed the guys on the right first. Damn. Thing was huge.
This should work.
I'm not sure what exactly, but maybe trying to stream from PlayStation. Sometimes soon they forbid streaming.
Here goes nothing. Now's our chance. Stay strong.
All right. That's the stuff.
Did you get any levels?
That was too easy.
Kind of felt too easy.
Can't afford to lose.
I'm surprised.
That's how it goes.
Because I haven't been doing much of army leveling.
Stay strong.
All right.
They got me.
I like that sword. When you're not using it, you can use it
That's
as
how it goes.
hair comb.
Yeah, man.
Gah!
I would read all this, but it's auto scrolling. Heads up, you lot. That's all I can read before it disappears.
Stay strong. Here goes nothing. Don't let them get away.
Full marks for me.
Stay strong.
Well.
A blackened oaken heart. An ominous sight indeed. King Mussinger, can we really win this?
You cannot give up.
Of course we can. We may be of different species. And then it's gone.
Stay strong.
All right.
Alright, enjoy your dinner. Again, thanks for the raid.
Evan, that's how it goes.
We can't afford to lose!
Here goes nothing! Oi!
Hey. All right.
I don't want to be flanked.
Who's next?
Ready? It's now or never!
That was too easy. That was too easy.
Prey escape.
This should work!
See?
We can't
Told
afford
you
to
I was good.
lose! We can't afford to lose!
Let's have it!
Well,
Thank you. All right. We won! Hooray!
So it's finally time to face the Horned One. Leaf book update. Here's a picture I took of Evan giving a speech. He looks pretty cool, doesn't he? He's a fine figure of a king. Yep, not bad, even if I do say so myself. It's most certainly is. Good work, Tanny. I'll take one of you next time. And I really have to fight that. Well, let's do it. Oh. So it's a fight like this.
Blimey.
Level 25.
Here!
I like the music.
I'm counting on you. We will win this. We have to.
Okay, that was dumb.
Ready? It's now or never. Charge!
Hey!
Oh, this ain't good.
All right.
Keep moving, Mon.
This is it!
No! Got me! Let me have them!
Here goes!
Form a square.
flip, 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 flip! Do something!
Yeah! Give it everything you've got! You can't afford to lose!
Wait, those are evil forces. I thought they were helping me out.
Oh, careful, man!
We can't afford to lose! Don't let them get away! Don't let them get away!
Is he taking no damage doing this? Because I don't see his health going down. Okay, there it is. Yeah, it seems like...
See? Told you I was good.
That's the stuff, man!
Yes! Thank you. That's the end of that! Lofty, now!
Right-yo! Abracazamo!
Belly of the beast. Did you see that? I'm flipping cool as anything I am. Not bad at all. Now we're in. So this is what the horned ones inside looks like.
Blimey.
Blimey, and Dolorant's really in here somewhere.
Yes.
Indeed he is. We believe he is performing a certain ceremony in order to unleash the horned one's true power, with which he intends to restore Allegoria to its former glory. Then we'd best get in there and give the swab a clobbering before he can finish up. Monstarn should be able to deal as much damage to the monsters in here as it can to the horned one. I suggest you make good use of it, Evan. I will. Actually haven't even equipped it. Zoinks. Oh, didn't mean to say. There's only a flipping trapdoor by your fancy that, huh? Really? In here?
Huh?
Who puts a trapdoor in the belly of an impossibly ancient evil being?
Well,
the horned one was Allegoria's kingmaker. As such, it was an eternal part of that kingdom. The intertwining of their energies could perhaps have given rise to such an anomaly. Well, whatever the reason, I'm not about to look a gift horse in the mouth. This thing will let us come back here anytime we like.
Yeah!
Seems like somebody somewhere is looking out for us. What's this chest doing here? You know, I gotta loot the coffers.
Say.
Oh my god, how do I get back? Damn, it's flippin' sunny up in here.
What the?
Is this a city? What the heck is going on? Could this be Allegoria? Did we somehow find our way to the dimension that swallowed it up? Think not. I believe what we're seeing are Dalren's desires given form. This is not Allegoria. It is a memory of Allegoria, as it once was. So none of this is real?
Oi!
Hey, look, there's some kind of castle over there. That will be where Dalren's doing his funny business. I put my money on him, man. Ooh. Not again.
Roland!
Are you alright? Fine. Something is far from right here. Such a pleasure to welcome visitors to my realm. Though many souls have joined me here, you are the first to do so willingly. Dalren, you won't let your plan succeed. We're going to stop you. Of course you are. Try as you might, boy. You cannot even hope to touch me. I look forward to seeing you suffer. Old Snake Face may talk a good game, but he'll all a quiver at us having made it this far. You mark my words. Alright, let's get moving. Can't let any more souls be stolen. What was the point of that other trip door? There's a one right here. Not like there was anything useful in that other place. Today I shall prepare fruity fried rice and mush kebabs, my children's favorite. Nice. That'll be an upgrade. Plus 15, not bad. The crystal appears to be tainted. Reach out and touch it. Oh, snap. Jeez. I should have abide by my Dark Souls rule. Don't touch anything.
Here goes.
I need your help.
He's not that hard. Might hit for a lot, but he's sort of squishy.
I'm counting on you.
Sort of. What was that? Get out, get out. Wait. Okay, it's not. He's not exploding or anything. But he's casting lightning around the place. I need more dots.
Here goes.
I'm counting on you. I need your help.
Wow.
This'll knock your socks off. Say your prayers.
So I have to fight them anyways. Alright. Lost city, I'm not lost. I'm exploring. Alright, let's see what I have to fight this time.
Come on!
Oh. That's not so bad. Even at level 65. Really. That's their only damage. It's just tank and spank. Where is he?
I'm counting on you.
Get out, get out, get out.
I'm counting on you.
Get out. Oh. We turned too early.
I need your help.
Oh, that's the tail. Give me that. What is it? Oh. Oh, come on. What is he? Get out. Again.
I need your help.
Okay, this one's gonna be the easiest of them, I think. Only him getting out of the ground. That's a real any real damage. Hey, how do I get over there? Unleash Wonder Water. Did I see a chest? I did. There's no save point here. Oh. Not the save point I really want. It's the restore of health. Alright, let's see what monster I have. I think the dragon might have been the hardest one, unless it's one of the huge.
You ready for this?
Oh, okay, this one sucks.
I'm counting on you.
It should do damage to each of the tentacles. Ah, what a waste of mana. Okay, this one isn't bad as I imagine it would be. Yeah, that's right. I was scared of the most. What is he doing? Guys, get out of that.
I need you, Danny.
I only get 3 resurrections on this.
I'm counting on you.
Ah. Come on, he's almost dead. Alright, what will this be? It's gonna be the big wolf.
Come on!
Nope. It's something. Something squishy.
I need your help!
Come on, get. Oh my god, Evan. Are you kidding me, game? I lost the power up. No. Oh, yes. Never mind. God damn it. I am raging. I think Moist is in here.
I'm counting on
Guys, get out of that.
I need your help!
Could have been better.
Flippin' heck!
Hey presto, they're open. Time to take on Doloran at last. Roland,
Roland!
are you alright?
Roland!
Why not now? Of all times, curse ya, Roland.
Huh? I'm home?
Daddy!
Huh? You're okay.
Daddy, I was so scared.
You're safe now. I'll protect you.
Will you? Really? I'm sorry.
It's a little late for that.
He's awake. Roland, can you stand? What happened? The blackness engulfed you again. Then you fell down, just like that. You had me worried. I thought your soul had been stolen. Sorry everybody, I'm okay now. Let's move. The haze rising from Roland's body. I sense a certain power in it. A power I have felt before, but where? Roland? We have to stop Dalaran before it's too late. Dalaran must be in here. Aye, that he must. But me fists are very itching to clobber the cur. This will probably be our last big battle, huh? Time to put our best foot forward. Well, before I go in there,
Say.
Yeah.
yeah, let's make a save, just in case.
Oh my!
Bish bash bosh!
Look!
You have done well to make it so far.
This ceremony ends here and now.
Does it indeed? You mean that you do not share my vision, Roland? A vision of a better world? A pity. I had hoped that you, of all people, would understand.
Roland!
What did you do to me?
Me? Why, nothing at all. You have the Horned One to thank for this. It means to protect you, for if harm comes to either one of us, it comes to the other also.
You mean... you and Roland are... you are...
Yes, Leander. You see it now. See what others must be shown.
Dolorin! You're... I'm...
Do you see? We are connected. We are the same. Defeat me, and you defeat yourself.
He is correct, I am afraid. There are those in your world whose souls are inextricably linked with the souls of those in this one. The more power he has gained, the stronger his effect on you has become. This proves the connection.
But how can this... What does it mean?
It means you face a dilemma, boy. You have no choice but to join me, Roland. You know it, deep in your heart.
Oh, I have a choice, all right. I always have a choice. I'm a president. A king. And from the day I took my throne, I knew that if it came to it, if it would help my people, I would gladly give my life.
No! What?
Mm-hmm.
Besides, if I can't kill you, you can't kill me either, right? If I die, you die.
Very true. Which is why, if you will not join me, I must banish you instead to a dimension where you will no longer be a danger to either of us.
Of course. I think I see now why I was brought here.
Please, enlighten us.
Your country, Allegoria, it was destroyed. And my country was destroyed too. You and I are the same. Two kings, with no kingdoms left to rule. So we were given a chance. One last chance to save our homes. But don't you see? The kingdom the Horned One has given you, it's not really the place you once ruled. I'm going to make you see. I'm going to defeat the Horned One and remind you who you really are.
Who I really am. You think you know me? You know nothing!
Enlighten me.
You will delay my plans no longer. I will prevail. My deepest desire will be fulfilled at last.
68. Oh my god, it's 11 levels above me.
You're welcome.
Ooh.
To suffer.
On my word!
No.
You cannot hope to win.
Ready or not, here we... Say your prayers.
Is that a snake at the end of it? I just noticed it. I posted. Oh, come on. I just... Might have been a mistake to resurrect him, since I can only use 3. Ooh.
You cannot hope to win.
Hey.
Die. You cannot hope to win.
Take that! Make yourselves useful.
Too late.
I owe you one. Take that!
Need a little help here.
Die! You cannot hope to win. Scatter!
I need your help!
Scatter!
Not sure I'm strong enough.
But
You cannot hope to win. Die! You cannot hope to win. Die!
No! Damn it. Yeah, I don't have anything to resurrect with anymore.
Evan,
I think I'm.
What?
You were a fool to defy me, Roland. I will prevail.
I'm gonna need to level for this. Oh, come on.
Danny!
Dead already.
You cannot hope to
take that! Take that!
You cannot hope to win.
No.
Oh, come on.
Your tail is here.
useful?
I have to wait for another one to die.
You cannot hope to win.
What? Oh, here we go. I was like, what is it?
I'm counting on you.
Die.
Here goes.
You cannot. Scatter.
Hey.
I need your help.
Did he just blink out of it?
You're welcome. I'm counting on you.
Oh shit. I think he just silenced me. There we go. What do you mean? Zelda is anime.
You cannot hope to win. But die.
All right.
Seriously, dude? How am I supposed to dodge tornadoes?
You cannot hope to win.
No, who's got it? Grab it. Evan, grab it. Get him. Oh my god. I have to burn these. I got nothing else.
Cannot hope to win.
Here goes.
Prepare to suffer.
Oh, come on, stop teleporting, you weasel. Almost dead. Oh, shit. Come on, guys, he's dead. Oh. Whatever. Died split second before he died. Still, my powers are not sufficient. It seems I underestimated you.
Forward!
What in the...
Is it over?
Whoa!
A transmission from Zip. It sounds like the souls are returning. We did it. Only just perhaps, but we did it.
Tidy!
Mission of flipping accomplished. Not bad, you lot. Not bad at all. It's not over yet. We need to do something about the horned one. Until it's gone for good. Nobody's safe. So here are the latest developments. That the huge creature has stopped moving, and all folks who collapse are back on their feet. But it still sounds like there's some way to go before we're in the clear. Come on, Evan. Do the whole world proud. I hope no one was hurt. My dear mother has come to her senses, so King Evan is still fighting the good fight. All we can do is pray he pulls it off. Host, if you've got King Evan's back, we believe in you. Come on, King Evan. May fortune's light shine on King Evan. We've done our part, now do yours. Evan, you have to save us, all of us. King Evan will do it. You mark my words. Come on, King Evan. I mean, what else I'm supposed to do? Do you let me save? No. Can I leave? Maybe.
You're finished, Dalaran. Your plan has failed.
You'll never rule the world. Never!
Rule the world? You have read too many fairy tales, boy. The world was never my prize.
What?
It was a beautiful place, my home. A realm of peace and prosperity. I was the king of Allegoria. A young man handed the crown too soon. None loved my realm more than I, but I was conceited, arrogant. Our kingmaker was a being known as Alessandra. In strengthening our bond, I committed the greatest of all sins. I fell in love. And love between king and kingmaker is an offense against the will of the gods. As punishment, she was cursed to spend the rest of her days in the guise of the Horned One and cast along with Allegoria into another dimension. And so, I vowed to bring her back. She and my beloved kingdom. I set out to acquire all the king's bonds of our world, that I might use their combined power to reawaken Alessandra.
How did you know that was even possible? The guise of the Horned One, you said. I take it the creature we see is but an outer shell within which Alessandra lies trapped. If so, the strength of the King's bonds might serve to reach that which lies dormant deep within, to reconnect King and Kingmaker, and free her of her prison.
It is as you say. If Alessandra can be revived, Allegoria may yet rise from the ashes. And I shall have regained my beloved and my kingdom both. Now you know what it is I seek. Roland, if my realm were to be restored, yours too might return. You would be reunited with your family, with your son. Surely you would join me if such an outcome were your reward.
He can't! He won't! Not that way! Just because you would do anything to bring a loved one back, it doesn't mean you should.
What is happening to me?
That horrible black stuff comes from the Horned One, you know. Dollar and by ears just been channeling it like. But it looks like it's finally getting the better of him. That Tory was infected by it from the start.
I will restore them. I must. Alessandra! Allegoria! Both shall live again!
You'd really do that? You'd destroy whole countries, steal countless souls, just to get what you want? You think that's love? Then you don't deserve to love. And you sure as hell don't deserve to be a king.
You would defy me. You are me. We want the same thing. You wish to be reunited with those you love, just as I do.
No, it's not that simple.
My crimes will be more than outweighed by the revival of Allegoria, by the return of all that has been lost. Rise, beloved kingdom! Live again!
Alessandra, my love. You are free at last! What is the meaning of this? You are not my Alissa! But if she is truly lost, what will become of Allegoria? What will become of me?
I do not understand. So that wasn't her.
No.
No, I sensed the same darkness as before. I feared it was merely the Horned One unleashed. Which begs the question, where is Alessandra? Never mind that, you able-brained swabs, yeah. What about that they're tear in the very skies themselves? Damn it all. Did you see how the edges were crumbling? If we can close it up somehow, the whole world could be sucked inside. We need to close it. We need to beat that thing. And you can fly up. There, Lofty. What are you saying, Mon? Of course I flippin' can. Come on, Evan. Let's get up there and give old horny boy a piece of our minds. I suppose we did go to all the trouble of restoring Mornstar. It would be a shame not to use it. Mornstar. The very sword over which Alessandra and I swore our pact so long ago. Which might explain why it's the only thing that can penetrate the Horned One's defenses. Alright everyone, come on. It's time to defeat the Horned One and return peace to our world. Oh boy. Oh wait, if I touch him I can't return probably. Is there a... Okay, I can't travel anywhere. If you want to stand a chance of beating the Horned One, you'll need to use Mornstar. You know, the Sword of Unity. Don't go rushing in like a granny with some other weapon, whatever you do. But you knew that already, innit? Right. Ready to do this? I guess we'll find out. There's the eager you are. Let's get this show on the road then. The Horned One will know what's hit him.
Everybody all right?
I think so. Where are we?
Wait, you didn't even restore my health? I'm gonna get my butt kicked. Shit is 15 levels above me.
Come over by here when you get a chance, Seven-Man. I've got a bit of lofty magic to lend you.
I'm counting on you.
Yeah. I think I won't be finishing this tonight at this rate. I mean, he's not... He's sort of squishy, but I don't think I have the heals. Oh, come on, Lofty.
I'm counting on you. I need your help.
Are you kidding? No, god damn it. That was a waste of a heal. That was close. Well, I have to resurrect him. I guess I can't resurrect him. Am I not allowed to?
Ready or not, here we come! On my word!
Come on.
Say your prayers. Say your prayers.
She's doing like no damage.
Ready or not, here we come! Say your prayers. Say your prayers.
Things are about to get hairy.
Yeah. Some kind of hairy.
You're welcome.
Welcome for what? Nice. This is gonna be a waste of 40 minutes. Oh, come on, you cheater.
Knock your socks off. On my word! Come on.
Really? All the way here?
All right. All right.
Come to do some shopping, eh?
Well, that depends. So I was out. Okay. Still need to buy too many. Can probably only use like 3 anyways. Okay, so I was like out of everything. I think that's gonna help me anyways.
What else can I do? I'll be seeing you again then.
Yes. Are you ready to order? Take your time. See ya!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, let's get stumped for 2.
You're finished.
He'll never rule.
Oi! Boosh! Get in!
You ready for this?
I was in something fierce, but... Hey, come over by here when you get a chance, Seven Man. I've got a bit of lofty magic to lend you.
Anyway, where's Lofty? Come on. Come on. Need more dots. Oh, you little. Oh no, don't. Okay, this is going better so far.
Brace yourself. I reckon things are about to get hairy.
I need your help.
Where are you? Why isn't he leaving this form?
Here goes.
You're welcome.
I'm counting on.
Oh. Come on. I was waiting for that iframes. Wait, was it 6 minutes already? Four minutes, okay. Where's Lofty? What am I doing? It's like I've been dodging into it. Come on, dude. Ouch. Seriously. Didn't even get to control him yet. And I was dead already.
I'm counting on you.
That was close.
That was close? What do you mean? You died.
I need your help. You're welcome.
Can do this. I should have gone after those. Doing some good damage.
I'm counting on. I need your help.
Yeah. Should I heal? Stop giving me the runaround. No, no, no. I don't know where I'm at.
I'm counting on you. I need your help.
Sure, whatever. I don't want to waste this. What is this? Bed of chaos? Come on, Lofty. Come on. Nice. No. Okay. Good. But it was going right at me. Shoot. Well, nah. Where's Lofty?
I need your help.
Nice. Okay, why did it have to be a... Oh, okay. Is this never-ending one? That's rude.
That was close.
Oh, fuck. Die already.
It's now or never, forevermore, for the whole world!
Alessandra, is it really you?
It is, my love. But you did not free me from within the Horned One.
Hmm?
The Horned One was not born of the wrath of the gods as you had thought. I wanted to be with you. I wanted it so much that I gave up the power of the Kingmaker.
What?
Once freed, that vast, insatiable power gave rise to a monster. The Horned One.
No.
Do you know how Kingmakers are born? They are born when a soul is sacrificed in order that a great power may be tamed. In unbinding my soul, I unleashed that power. By abandoning it, I committed an unforgivable crime. A crime for which I was punished.
So you have not returned to me?
Forgive me, my love. I am that which sealed away the Horned One's power. Only through my sacrifice could the power which poured forth from him be contained.
Then, by unleashing him, I have undone what good you wrought.
No, my love. For a great evil has left the world. The Horned One is defeated. And so, my role in containing him has come to an end. My soul can be at peace, at long, long last. Thank you for never ceasing to love me. We will meet again, dear heart. Not in this world, but somewhere, someday. Goodbye, my love, my Doloran. Goodbye.
Alyssa, no. Not yet. Alyssa!
Dalaran.
Alessandra is no more. Allegoria will not rise again. All that I have loved is lost. Roland, tell me, what great wrong did I do to deserve this? Was it in surrendering to love that I erred? Or in accepting a crown of which I was not worthy?
You did no wrong. You just did what you could to keep your love for Alessandra alive and save your kingdom. That's life. People do what they can, try to live as best they can. And then the tide of history comes and sweeps them all away. My country was swept away too. I tried to stop it. Tried to prevent the war that would end it all. But you can't hold back the tide. And so it rolled in.
I have an idea. Why don't we make a new Allegoria?
A what?
Huh?
If it can't be brought back, I mean, we can build a new one instead.
A new one?
We did it. We built a new kingdom from nothing. A kingdom where everyone could live happily ever after. It was small at first, but it grew and grew, and thanks to its wonderful people, it eventually became a great nation. You can do the same, Dalaran.
You truly think this possible?
Maybe that's why I was brought here. The country Evan and I built together, it changed things for you, Dalaran. For this whole world. No one needs to be a slave to the past anymore. Now we can look to the future.
Evan Pettywhisker Tildrum. You are yet young, but you are a great king indeed.
You really think so?
I will start afresh. I will build a new kingdom. For the sake of my departed subjects. For the sake of my beloved.
Hear, hear!
Evan?
We come before you today to make a solemn oath in the presence of all our peoples.
United we stand as one single land.
Well now.
So, it's time, huh?
Hey,
There you are, Roland. Is it? Are you?
Hey.
And here I was hoping you wouldn't have to see this. Looks like this is goodbye. I guess it's about time I was heading back home. You're not going to stay here with me? Doesn't look that way. I can feel it. It's pulling me back. But your world is... Yeah. Before I came here, I watched it be destroyed. I may be returning to nothing but death and despair, I know that. But whatever is waiting for me, I'll be able to face it. I built this kingdom with you. If I can do that, I can do anything. You taught me a lot, Evan Petty-Whiskered Tildrum. I won't forget, not ever. Roland.
Well, Evan, see you around.
Goodbye, Roland. Evan? Who are you? I think you know. You're King Ferdinand, aren't you? You've been helping me all along.
Yes and no. I am Ferdinand. But it's really you who's been helping me.
What?
Everything I've told you, you told me first.
I don't understand.
This is going to sound strange, but I can send my mind through time. It's a gift I've had since I was born. And using it to visit you seemed like the obvious thing to do. I mean, who wouldn't want to find out what his famous father was like as a child?
Father?
Yes, you are my father, and I am your son.
What?
I promised that I would live up to your legendary achievements, but before I could do that, I had to see them for myself. The things I said to you, those words of wisdom, they were all yours.
But Ferdinand lived long ago. He...
I'm afraid that was just Bodley's little joke. She's no historian, you see. She's a seer. She didn't tell you what had happened. She told you what was going to happen. About how I would become the first king to unite the whole world.
So you did? I mean, you will?
Yes, you started it all by uniting the 5 great realms. But there were plenty of others. Smaller perhaps, but realms just the same. Each with its own particular problems. Poverty, war, and any number of other things. None of them easy to solve. But solve them you did. One by one by one.
And you?
Yes, I carried on what you started. And in the end, I finished it.
I come before you, a true king at last. I, Ferdinand, have brought together the peoples of every nation under the heavens. The great work my beloved father began is finally complete, and the world stands united under a single banner. I hereby swear, in the name of King Evan, to safeguard this hard-won peace, for as long as I shall live.
And with that, my promise to Nella was fulfilled at long, long last.
Alright. After that first try, I wasn't sure if I would kill him. But that's not it for No Kuni 2. I'll be back tomorrow with some endgame stuff. I'm gonna have, well, I'm gonna do some side quests, but I'm gonna have to look up where to level up fast. Because I'm not even level 60. That's a feast. What was her name? Oh yeah, this woman. Forgot her name. But the same voice actress does the voice in Dragon Quest XI of the Underwater Queen.
be arriving at the World Unification Summit shortly, Mr. President.
Thanks.
You seem happy.
Not really. We still have a mountain to climb. I can't imagine convincing all the nations of the world to sign up to this will be easy.
It's never been done before, I guess, but if you could pull it off, wow.
Oh, it's been done all right.
Really?
Sure. In a little country a long, long way from here.
Is that good? Make a complete game save. You'll start again from after fighting Doran. Let's see what the save is. I mean, I know it's before. Just gonna teleport to... Is it Evermore? Ooh, and Leafbook updated. Oh no. So here are the latest developments. That huge creature has stopped moving. And all the folks that collapsed. Wait, I already read this one. The next talented individual I would like to introduce to you is a gifted bard by the name of Single. He has spent many long years traveling the world and honing his craft so that his songs are guaranteed to touch hearts of all who hear them. I like his look. I'd love to hear him sing. He is handsome under there. I can tell. Single, huh? Would he come from Goldpaw? Allow me to introduce you to a geomancer by the name of Dekach. By sensing the flow of energy within the land, he can learn all there is to know about the region. But in truth, he's more interested in trying local delicacies than he is in the mysteries of the world. He sounds amazing, whatever it is he does. Yep, he sounds like a magical guy, alright. You could call him the Gourmet Geomancer. For the next installment of my long-running series, I'd like you all to meet an enigmatic woman by the name of Century. A minstrel by trade, she is apparently on an epic quest to find one true king who it is her destiny to serve. Will she succeed in her search? I should like to hear her sing. She does sound pretty mysterious. I wish I had an epic quest. I heard there was a monster who could speak living in the West Willow Woods, so I grabbed my trusty camera and went to investigate. I got a shot of the creature in question, but what is the strange light around it? Could it have been possessed by some kind of spirit? That is no ghost. It is a trick of the light. What did the monster say? Did you know that we regularly add new works to our collection in the library in Goldpaw? If you don't have one already, get yourself a library card and join in the fun. How do you get a library card? You need to ask Badly about that. Would you consider stocking my works? You need to ask Badly about that. Aren't all the books on huge stone tablets? Carrying them will make you big and strong. No plans to digitize anything. You need to ask Badly about that. What is that other teleport? The Layer of the Lost Lore DLC introduces all new stories featuring your favorite characters. Speak to Batu in Evermore to set some exciting events in motion. Don't tell me what to do.
Say.
Chain Gallery.
Yep.
Hey! Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. Hello.
Can I expand this? Oh, I need 100 citizens, 64 facilities. How many citizens do I have? 50 something it was, I think, right? 64. Okay. Can make the final 3 facilities without opening a special quest, which I don't know what it is yet, and need some people with special skill. Can't I build like this in Dragon Quest Builders? Go to Hydropolis. I know there's a bunch of side quests waiting for me in Ding Dong Dao, since I haven't done anything there. And there's one new one here.
Welcome to Swift Solutions.
Nice. Oh man, except for this one, almost cleaned it out. The Jared guy is a really good tank.
by the way.
Wait, what? I didn't accept anything.
Welcome to Swift Solutions.
That was weird.
Oh, by the way.
Let's see. Ding dong dell. It's gonna be like 8 or more. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 side quests. Ooh, is that the painter that's been doing all that stuff? No, that's not her.
Welcome to Swift Solutions.
Yeah, okay. I thought they were all interconnected.
Oh, by the way.
By the way, so I think I still have 70 hours to go. I can do it. And yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. I didn't plan on finishing the game, but there I went and did. I will be back tomorrow with more No Kuni 2. A bunch of endgame stuff like side quests and recruiting people, working on the kingdom. I still have to do the dream side quest. Leveling up. I don't think I'm strong enough to do any of the DLC stuff, since I'm only like level 50 something. But yeah, thanks everyone for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out, Kaze. Soulfunk, thank you for the raid. I got Big Paints, thank you for the follow. Bonico, thank you for the raid. Gypsy Claw, thanks for the follow. Starfish, thanks for the raid. Purple, thanks for stopping by. Moist, Arma, everyone that's been lurking, thank you. And I'll be raiding Mr. Croges, who's playing Final Fantasy XIII for the first time. So you guys take care, enjoy your Wednesday, right? Yeah, Wednesday, and bye.